is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are Southeast.
It's time for Braves baseball here in Atlanta at Turner Field. Jace Peterson and the Bravos get set for a four-game set with the surging Miami Marlins. It's been a very busy day here at the Braves corporate offices. In fact, the Atlanta Braves finally pulled off a deal involving a pitcher. Bud Norris, who'd been doing such good work over his last four starts, was traded along with Dion Toscano to the LA Dodgers. Two minor league pitching prospects are on their way back to the Atlanta organization. And that's the first of a very busy transaction day for this Braves organization. Hi again, friends, along with Joe Simpson. Look who we found. Tim Hudson's with us tonight as the Braves take on the Miami Marlins, a club that's playoff hopeful. And Tim, a club that's sending Wei-Yin Chen to the mound, coming off arguably his best start of the year.
Yeah, they are. He's coming off his best start of the year. He hit 7 innings, 2 runs against the Cubs. But over his last 4 starts, you know, he was sporting a 7.40 ERA and 8 home runs allowed. So, you know, the Marlins are hoping they get a little better, a little more of the chin from his last start, not so much from the last 4. So, you know, I think the Braves need to go out there and take advantage of his struggles against right-handers tonight.
Joe, as we know, the Braves starting rotation's taken its fair share of injuries over the last couple of weeks, but they welcome one of those golden arms back. Mike Foltynewicz is back against the Fish.
Boy, and he was pitching so well, Chip, before that bone spur started irritating his right elbow. The Braves gave him some time off. He pitched a 5-inning stint in his first rehab outing in Gwinnett 5 days ago and was outstanding. 5 innings, a 1-hit shutout, ball struck out 5 guys and no walk. So he was scheduled to pitch again today in a rehab outing. Well, they said, why not just start here in the big leagues against the Marlins? Let's hope he's as good as he was before the DL.
Always exciting when Mike Foltynewicz gets the ball for the Braves. As we said, it's been a very busy day at the major league level as far as transactions were concerned. There's a lot of minor league news to talk about, and we'll get you caught up on that as we get set for Game 1 of our series in Atlanta right after the break.
Atlanta Braves baseball is presented by Academy Sports and Outdoors. Right stuff, low price, every day.
Welcome back to another warm evening here at Turner Field for Game 1 of the Marlins versus the Braves. And as you just heard them talking about in the booth, it has been a very busy afternoon here at Turner Field, starting off with the Bud Norris trade. And then there were also some big decisions made down in the Braves minor league system. So let's take a look at our Zaxby's indescribably good play. Those are two names you've heard a lot of this season, Ozzie Albies and Dansby Swanson. That's two of the top-rated prospects in this Braves farm system. Ozzie was just moved down to AA Mississippi because they want him and Dansby playing next to each other, because that is the future middle infield up here. But the big question has been who will be the second baseman and who will be the shortstop. And Braves general manager John Coppola broke it down for us earlier.
Right now we've got Ozzie playing second and we've got Dansby playing short, and we're going to see how that goes.
What went into the thought process behind moving Ozzie down instead of moving Dansby up to AAA?
We just felt it was the best move at the time for them both, and we're going to let them play, and we could obviously move them up. At any point, we could call them up here at any point too.
So this is step one of the process, getting these two guys side by side, because they will be the future of the middle infield, like I said, for your Atlanta Braves. But stay with us, because we have Game 1 of the Marlins versus the Braves with Mike Foltynewicz on the mound. We'll be right back with starting lineups and first pitch right after the break.
Atlanta Braves baseball is sponsored by Georgia Power and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Another warm, breezy night at Turner Field. Wind blowing out toward the left field wall as the Braves take aim at the Miami Marlins, a club they've played very well against so far in 2016. And we welcome back Tim Hudson to our booth and Mike Foltynewicz back to the rotation. Timmy?
That's right, guys. We got the big right-hander out on the mound. You can see his home and road starts. You know, there's no place like home for Folty. You see there's a stark contrast between his home starts and his road starts. So hopefully he can keep that trend going and give us a really good chance to win tonight.
And his 4 keys to pitching success tonight involve him coming back and coming out of shoot number 1 this first inning. He was really pitching well when he wasn't pitching with so much max effort. He would start a game in the 92 to 94 range, and if he needed his 98 fastball, he would use it then. Hopefully he learned from that and will pace himself a little bit here in the first inning. And also, don't forget about your breaking ball. Everybody likes to watch Mike throw the ball hard, but his breaking ball is a good pitch too.
And his first offering is right there at 93 miles an hour to Derek Dietrich. 86 degrees officially here in downtown Atlanta. Dietrich has been wearing out the Braves. 8 for 18 at the plate against Atlanta pitching this year. And with D. Gordon sidelined due to suspension, Dietrich is one of a cast of thousands who's batted first for Don Mattingly's club this year. And that one whistled in at 98 miles an hour. What a gift it is to be able to sit at 92, 93, and then when you need it, amp it up to 98 or 99.
Yeah, it's a luxury that most people don't have.
That one at 91, it looked like a slider, and Darno in center makes the play. The left-hander on the mound, Ender Inciarte gets a night off for Atlanta. And Fultonevich gets Dietrich to pop out, and that'll bring up our old pal Martin Prado. He's batting second in front of Christian Yelich. Marcell Ozuna's the cleanup man. Giancarlo Stanton, low batting average, but he's starting to really swing the bat well for the Marlins club. Boer, Realmuto, Echeverria, and Chen. The bottom part of card.
Sorry, Chip. 5 300 averages in there, including the first 4.
And the bulk of that work has come on the road. The Marlins as a team hitting .288 away from Marlins Park. And there's no better road hitter in baseball than Martin Prado, who shoots that one towards second. Sliding play by Jace, a beauty.
I said last night that it seemed to me that Jace had more troubles going to his right, to his backhand side, than to his left. Well, he just showed you he can go that way.
He looked good right there.
Yes, he did.
Defense will be important if the Braves want to win this series. The Marlins, one of the best defensive clubs in the major leagues. Francoeur, Darno, and Markakis in the outfield. Garcia and Freeman on the corners. Ibar and Peterson in the middle, with Tyler Flowers catching. Can't give the Fish extra runs or extra outs. As Yelich with a .314 average. Bats with 2 outs and the base is empty. One ball, one strike. Braves have handled Yelich very well of late. Christian just 2 for his last 20 against the Braves staff. And on back-to-back foul balls, Yelich fouled a 98-mile-an-hour fastball back. That one was at 97. And at 99, Yelich was a little late.
I guess if there's any questions about how good he's feeling, I guess we know.
Right? Did you ever have bone spurs, Tim?
You know, I did. I had bone spurs after I got drafted. I had a sore elbow and, you know, got checked out. So I had bone spurs, and, you know, I just, you know, got them calmed down and pitched you know, about 10 years with them before I had to have Tommy John. So.
Well, we like the pitching for 10 years part. The Tommy John's not so good.
Yeah.
But Fultonevich off to a great start. 3 up, 3 down here at the top of the first. Mike Fultonevich in the top of the first inning. Jace Peterson will make his way to the batter's box to face Wei-Yin Chen for Miami.
Yeah, the big left-hander, he's going to be out there. You know, you see his lefties and righties break down. So he really struggles against right-handed hitters, keeping them in the park. You see the 15 home runs and only 1 against lefties. So let's look for our righties to go out there and attack this guy.
.90-93 fastball for Chen. Slider split. Looks like he's throwing batting practice. Really smooth.
And a terrific outing last time out against the Cubs. 7 strikeouts, no walks over 7 innings. This is Chen's 4th career start against the Braves. He has 2 no decisions this season. And he's quickly ahead of a red-hot Jace Peterson, who's leading off. Jace in an 0-2 count, batting .282 for the year.
Talked to Jace before the game about his success since he came back, and he said one thing that he did, even though the results weren't there at Gwinnett, was to work on some things.
A shot into center field, a base hit. And Joe, I'm guessing one of those things was good work against left-handed pitchers.
Well, he's doing that, but a lot of it is just the basic fundamental. He said of quit trying to go to the ball, getting out on his front foot. He's doing a better job of staying back, letting the ball come to him, let it travel a little better. He gets a good look at it. He's standing more upright, and he's having a lot more success as a result. And he said, and that's what I tried to do at Gwinnett.
So Peterson with a hit in 18 consecutive starts now. Leads off with a single, and here's Chase d'Arnaud. d'Arnaud playing center field tonight. And he lines 1 to second. Dietrich's got it. Throw back to first is late. Peterson avoids being doubled off. d'Arnaud's the first out.
Yeah, I thought it was a good idea to give Inciarte a day off, let him have a day of rest against this left-hander, and at the same time give d'Arnaud a chance to range around out there and show what he could do in center field. It'll be fun to watch.
Chase, the 4th different man to play center field for the Braves this year. Inciarte's played there 40 times. Malik Smith 31. Drew Stubbs, remember him? Started 7 games in center for the Braves this year. So here's Freddie Freeman. Speaking of hot, the Braves first baseman is exactly that. He's got a 9 for 27 homestand working and has 27 hits in his last 16 games. And Chen missed outside. 2 balls, no strikes.
Chen's made 2 starts against the Braves this year. No decision in either one of them, and that's no surprise. In his first 15 starts, he's had 9 no decisions.
And that's upstairs. 3 balls, no strikes. Marlins are banking on Chen and Fernandez to be a terrific combination in rotation here in 2016. Fernandez has held up his end of the bargain. Chen, though, with a 5.0 ERA while pitching in a very big ballpark. That's been surprising for the Marlins. And a line drive into right field for Freeman on a 3-0 count. He got the green light and didn't miss it. And 2 on with 1 out for Adonis Garcia.
Make you mad when a guy would pick on a 3-0 count?
Did it make me mad?
Yeah.
Not really.
Or was it one of those, I shouldn't have gotten there in the first place?
That's right.
Adonis Garcia at 244. He's the Braves cleanup man tonight. He's knocked in 21 runs. You look at this Marlins club. To some, it's been a surprising start for them, considering how poorly Giancarlo Stanton has started the year swinging the bat, and with the suspension of D. Gordon. Yet Miami under Don Mattingly is 4 games over 500. within shouting distance of the division lead. But guys, if they want to win the East, they've got to start playing better against their divisional rivals. The Marlins are 13-20 within the division, with 6 of those losses coming to the Braves.
Yeah, Atlanta has really taken care of business against Miami this year. And the Marlins just had a real good series with the Cubs. Played them tough down in Miami, but they're hitting the ball well. They're hitting for a high average as a team, the Marlins. They're just not scoring enough runs. Part of that they will attribute to not hitting many home runs. Well, by comparison to the Braves, yeah, they hit a lot of home runs, but they're leaving a lot of men on base, and they're not hitting with runners in scoring position. Sound familiar?
1 ball, 2 strikes. And you're right about that series with the Cubs as Garcia strikes out. They took 3 out of 4 from Chicago, then went to Detroit, played the Tigers. And as the Hall of Fame broadcaster for the Marlins, Dave Van Horn, put it, they left 24 men on base in 2 games covering 24 hours. That's really hard to do.
That is.
And the Tigers won both of those games up at Comerica Park. So big strikeout for Chen, but now he's got to face Nick Markakis, who's also heating up. Nick's average at .254 now with 41 batted in.
But, you know, these Marlins, they could be dangerous down the stretch, especially once they get D. Gordon back, and you know, Stanton's starting to really look like he's starting to see the ball really well. And you know, the one reason why they haven't scored many runs is because Stanton hadn't been driving them in like he normally does. So I'm really looking forward to getting him back and D. Gordon.
Ichiro Suzuki has had a remarkable first half of the year, closing in on 3,000 hits. He's benefited the most from Giancarlo Stanton's offensive troubles. As that missed inside, and Realmuto wants to talk to Chen. See, 12 away now. Ichiro Suzuki 12 away from 3,000 hits.
Looks like he hasn't missed a step. How old is he? Is he 42 years old? Yeah, he still plays like a young man.
Still in great shape.
Had the opportunity to pitch against him his first big league game in the big leagues.
Really?
Yeah. It's opening day starter in Seattle, and his first game in the big leagues. So that was I think he went 1 for 3 off of me that night.
Is that uncomfortable as a pitcher when you really don't have much of a scouting report on a player like Suzuki?
Yeah, you know, there was no scouting reports. You know, it was you know, you face him in spring training a little bit, and you know, at the time he was just trying to slap the ball on the ground, and you know, we really didn't know what to expect. And you know, but he can hit for power too. That was the thing. You know.
Line to first, and Bohr will make the play. And Markakis and the Braves are out of luck in the first inning. Atlanta strands a pair. We go to the second. Back to work 1 month after his last major league start. And he had a crackling fastball in that first inning. It touched 98 a couple of times, 99 once. And certainly it was disappointing to see Mike be shelved with the bone spur in his right elbow. That sounds to him like such a minor injury, but is it?
You know, it is, honestly. You know, I think it's one of those things where once you get the treatment on it and get the inflammation out of there and get to where you can go out there and throw, you know, free and easy and without pain, you shouldn't have any problems. And, you know, like I said, I dealt with it early on in my career a little bit, and, you know, was able to get over that hump, and it never bothered me again. You know, didn't bother with having them taken out or anything. Just pitched for you know, another 10 or 12 years until eventually I had to have Tommy John surgery, but it wasn't because of my bone spurs. It was just because my ligament let loose on me. And, but yeah, I mean, I could have kept pitching with the bone spurs. It wouldn't have been that big of a deal.
Is it something you can put out of your head when you know you've got them in there? Do you even worry about it when you're out on the mound?
No, you don't worry about it. Once your arm starts feeling good and you're going out there and you're pitching with confidence that, okay, you're not going to let it go and it's not going to bite me at all, you don't really think about it. It doesn't look like it's bothering him tonight. I can tell you that.
It does not.
Chop toward short. Cut off by Adonis, and he drops it. So Marcell Ozuna will be the first Miami base runner of the game. And that'll be an error on the Braves' third baseman. And that'll bring up Giancarlo Stanton.
He was the guy that's going to have the best chance on making a play. He just didn't handle it cleanly. He's been playing great at third base. So a rare error for him.
54th error for the Braves team. And it does bring up Stanton, who's hitting .223. But is roasting hot over his last handful of games. A .356 average with 3 homers and 11 RBIs. And that covers an 11-game Marlins run. And something you'll see in this series, when there's a right-hander on the mound, you will see Stanton bat with that face shield. When a lefty is on the mound, he will wear a standard batting helmet without the facial protection. And Mike's gone 3-0 to him.
Yeah, but he made a good pitch with the first pitch breaking ball. I thought it was a strike. So did Tyler Flowers.
And a 4-pitch walk puts Stanton at first. Ozuna moves to second, and Flowers out for a visit.
Fox Tracks had 2 of those 4 pitches as strikes.
Larry Vanover has the plate. And now some real problems. Justin Bour is the Marlins first baseman. And Bour has had great success against the Braves this year. 8 hits, including a couple of home runs. And 14 homers overall. Two and 0. Makes a big difference when you're ahead in the count. After Ozuna reached on an error, Stanton walked. Now Bour has a 3-0 count coming. Let's see if he's allowed the hit privilege. 3 balls and a strike. You guys all saw the movie The Natural, right?
That's right.
Robert Redford.
Great movie.
Remember the scene with Joe Don Baker, the whammer, where Robert Redford throws the pitch and he's basically Babe Ruth. That's the guy that should play
the whammer.
The whammer. If they remake The Natural. Justin Bohr. Big barrel-chested slugger. And he drives this one deep towards center. Darno going back, still going back. He's at the fence. He can't get it. It's off the top of the wall and gone. A 3-run homer.
You can't wait to see that tomahawk on the jersey. Just wears the Braves out.
That is Bohr's 15th home run. And that's his 8th career homer against the Braves.
It's fastball missed middle in.
Oh, right on top of the fence. Chase got too close to the fence to jump for it. Kind of jumped into the padding.
So Miami strikes first, a 3-run homer. And a breaking ball to the Miami catcher, JT Realmuto.
That can be frustrating for a pitcher. You feel like you should have a first guy out in the inning, and then you feel like you make some pretty good pitches to the next guy, but you end up walking him some borderline pitches that don't go your way, and you fall behind the next guy with some close pitches. And a guy like Bohr, he's a big, strong guy. You make a mistake, he'll make you pay for it a lot of times.
Line drive to left by Realmuto. And Fultonevich looks a little frustrated on the front slope of the pitcher's mound. 4 straight Marlins have reached. And that'll bring out Roger McDowell for a quick chat.
Yeah, I think to Tim's point that there's got to be some frustration there with the error, and then 4 pitches, 2 of them look like strikes. It turned out to be a walk.
Yeah, it could have totally turned those at bats around. You're looking at a 2-2 count instead of 4-0. And you never know, man. Get a ground ball double play. Those pitches during an at bat that to go either 3-1 or 2-2 or 2-0 to 1-1 and to 1-2. It can totally change how you attack a hitter, and obviously the outcomes are a direct result of it.
This is Adeiny Echeverria, the Marlins shortstop. He's 2 hits away from 500 in his young major league career. We saw a terrific shortstop play for the Indians the last series here at Turner Field, Francisco Lindor. Well, this young man is an excellent shortstop too.
Yeah, we brag all the time about the good shortstops in the National League, including one that Tim got to play with in San Francisco, and Brandon Crawford. There's 4 or 5 really good ones.
There are some really good ones in this league for sure.
Ibar will charge. He's got a fast runner. He got him by a step. Productive out for Echeverria. Realmuto is in scoring position for Wei Yin Chen, who does not yet have a hit this year.
But after seeing Lindor, Tim, he's pretty special.
Is he?
He is.
And I believe a balk was called. Fultonevich didn't come set.
I thought he was pretty close to balking before the home run. I thought he was in a bit of a hurry.
Really excited to be out there.
So no pitch. And a runner to third for Chen with one out. Swing and a miss. Chen was born in Taiwan. He's made more starts in the major leagues than any other Taiwanese pitcher. 132 of them. And he's trying for his 5th win. He's got a 3-run lead. And he's down to his last strike. And in case you wondered who's second on that Taiwanese list, it's Chen Meng Wang, former Brave. Long inning for Fultonevich on a hot night. And the 0-2 is hit toward first. Awkward spin. Freddie Freeman will make the play and step on the bag. Chen didn't bother to run. And he's out number 2.
We'll leave that guy at third. Get in the dugout. Be frustrated about what led up to a 3-run homer, but don't let that guy at third score and make it worse.
Dietrich popped out his first time, so he's 0 for 1. And he just got hit with another pitch. Derek Dietrich has been a baseball magnet this year. That's the 14th time he's been hit by a pitch this year.
That doesn't even count the time he got hit with a line drive in the dugout here at Turner Field that ricocheted off the back wall and hit him in the head. Cole Cockton.
Stop diving.
Yeah. So now a tough out. Martin Prado. Jace Peterson robbed him of a hit up the middle his first time. Martin coming off a 4-hit game against the Tigers yesterday, the 3rd 4-hit game he's had this year. That one's out of play, foul. And strike 1 to a terrific road hitter.
Yeah, he's got a little space between himself and Diaz in St. Louis. 417 mark for Martin. And his teammate Real Muto at third base hitting 352 coming in.
I wonder if their home ballpark just has gotten into the heads of their hitters. It's such a big, spacious place.
It could in some ways from that standpoint.
I think Martin, he's such a professional hitter, though. I think the bigger the ballpark will play in his favor. You know, I just don't think he's ever considered himself a big power guy. The bigger the outfield for him, the better.
He flips that one into right field and is retired. The Marlins get a 3-run homer from Justin Boyd that bounced right off the top of the fence and left the yard for his 15th homer of the year. After 1.5, Miami in Game 1 has jumped in front 3-0.
1-0 as we head into the bottom of the second. And in the first inning, you saw Marlins catcher JT Realmuto go up and talk to his pitcher, Chen. I talked to JT earlier asking, how do you handle that language barrier? And he said he keeps it short on the field during mound visits. That might be why we saw him go back twice, but he says he does normally understand him. But his interpreter is in the dugout so they can talk more in depth between innings. It is a new year, this new rule this year in the MLB that translators are required for every language spoken in the clubhouse.
I don't know if we could have a translator that could speak Auburn, though, Kelsey. That might be a real challenge for Major League Baseball. We'll do our best tonight with Tim Hudson joining us.
Well, we've got an interpreter here. He speaks Virginian, which is real close to Auburn, and he may be able to help us out. Billy Wagner's here.
Guys, here we go.
Yeah, Wags, he understands me. Might be the only one.
Well, Chipper's not here, so.
That's true. Jeff Francoeur, the batter. And a ground ball toward Echeverria. He's got it. And the throw to first is in time. Well, welcome back to Atlanta, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I guess. Show up, say hi, start talking to police about finding a new car. Yeah, it was a tough night.
Now you are here for a baseball tournament for your son?
I am. I'm here with the Perfect Game tournament. Try to get my kid in school along with some others, and got in last night. Got in early so I could come over to the ballpark and hang out with some of the guys, and was unloading. Come back out to finish unloading, and my car's taking off, and so I'm running down the parking lot trying to get my car. So it's been one of those nights, and trying to figure out what do you do when this happens. That doesn't happen where I'm at.
I'm sure it doesn't.
That's unbelievable. You're here 5 minutes?
Literally. I pulled in at 11:07, took my bag out, was talking to my wife, looked at my watch, and said, my truck's leaving.
You shouldn't have such a fancy car.
I know. I mean, well, it is highfalutin where I'm from. Truck.
Highfalutin.
Yeah. What does that mean exactly?
Highfalutin. It runs.
It started
on the first try.
Well, so are we? I'm sure the police are investigating this now, right? You've got to be some leads. There's got to be somebody that's going to come up with your vehicle, right?
I don't know.
We'll just put out an APB right now. What color is it?
Yeah. It's white with tan trim, nice blacked out tires and rims.
Some spinners.
Today.
Yeah, they're spinning right now.
Yeah. Oh, they're spinning somewhere.
They're spinning right now, buddy.
I'm not. Well, they said it could be right around this ballpark. So I don't know. That's what the cop told me. So I said, well.
What color?
White.
I mean, what brand?
Ford F-350.
Okay.
So that could be one of our Ford keys. Number one, find Billy Wagner's truck.
Yes.
Well, I've had a lot of positive response through Twitter, because I didn't know what to do, so I was venting last night, and so a lot of positive Atlanta fans looking for it.
I'm sure you'll have a nice reward for him, huh? Whoever finds it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I suggested that whoever they catch, you have them stand in the batter's box.
There you go.
Well, that's not fair now. That's not fair. That's not as fair as it was a couple years ago.
Yeah. Well, we remember that very well. Do you miss playing? Do you miss the clubhouse and all that stuff?
Really? I miss the clubhouse. I miss the guys. Playing was fun. Now I compete in different ways through kids, coaching, and trying to get the most out of them. My playing days are over, but I don't miss playing. I miss Huddy and those types of guys, the conversations and the road trips, and those types of things. But I don't miss getting out there sweating and having to deal with social media and all that. I'm really happy with that.
My friend, I can totally relate.
Yeah.
There's a base hit by Ibar to right field. That'll keep the inning alive with 2 outs. Do you have a favorite memory, Billy, of your time here as a Braves relief pitcher?
Being a Brave. I mean, I grew up a Brave fan from from the time I was born. My grandparents, I mean, they raised me right. So when I mean Dale Murphy, meeting Dale Murphy and Hank Aaron and Bobby Cox and all those guys, just being around that, I mean, that's for me special. I mean, above the playing. I mean, I always felt like a kid when I was around here, just because I was such a fan first. And I don't, everybody asks me about playing days. I don't know if I have a particular moment, but I know that when I was playing, I truly enjoyed the who I was with, whether it was the Astros or Phillies, the Braves, or Red Sox, or Mets. It was, that was a great part of my life. So I enjoyed that.
You pitched in an era where guys that threw as hard as you did were really rare. Now it seems like every team has somebody that can throw 96, 97 miles an hour, and these are starting pitchers, not relief pitchers.
Well, it's even funnier. There's on our travel team, we've got a kid on our national Evo Shield Canes travel team who throws 100. He's throwing 103 at 17, 18 years old.
Is that right?
Wow. So I'm like, well, okay, that's not as impressive as it was when you're 40. So I mean, yeah, that's.
I don't know. That was still impressive at 40.
Yeah. But it's neat to watch. It's really neat to see that and how it's evolved, and it's bigger, faster players nowadays. And I mean, if you're going to play as a little feller, then you better really be good.
Billy, it's great to see you. Always a pleasure to have you back here in Braves country, and good luck with the truck. Okay.
All right.
Low jack.
Yeah.
Here in Atlanta, and we've just got a few hours left to get your tickets for Star Wars tonight. That's tomorrow here at Turner Field. Everyone who buys the Star Wars ticket package, and let me repeat that, everyone who buys the Star Wars ticket package will get the limited edition Jedi Sherholtz bobblehead doll. Go to Braves.com/Star Wars for more information. Hard to believe, tomorrow is the 1st of July. We wrap up the month of June against Miami here in Atlanta tonight.
All right, a little better inning this inning for Fulte, and that error kind of got things started in a sideways fashion last inning.
Let's put that one behind him and start fresh. I'll tell you what, that Billy Wagner makes me sound like I'm from Midtown Manhattan, doesn't he? Huh? I mean, good grief.
Yes, he does.
Right?
Yeah.
I like when he's around.
Highfalutin.
Highfalutin. Boy, was he a good guy in the locker room, and a terrific competitor, great athlete, great pitcher.
You know what? All of the above. He's such a great teammate. It's good to see him.
He did so much for Craig Kimbrell when Craig was his novice out there in the bullpen, always sitting by him, learning and absorbing all he could.
Nice pitch.
Yeah, backed off a little.
If memory serves, Billy Wagner closed out a wild game at the end of the season for the Braves in 2010 that clinched a playoff berth for the Braves, and it was one of those games that just you didn't know which way it was going to go.
It's a day game, wasn't it? When it was Sunday?
It might have been. And I'll never forget walking into the locker room after the game, and there's Billy Wagner sitting in his locker just shaking because of the adrenaline of that extremely important game. And he saved the game that you started for Atlanta. And I remember Billy's comment like it was yesterday. He said, I sure as heck didn't want to blow that one. What a competitor. As ball 4 to Yelich gets the inning started for the Marlins here in the third. Two walks, a hit batter, and a homer so far for Fulte. And now Marcell Ozuna, the man that reached to start the last inning.
Now, there's a little bit of rust factor here tonight too, folks. I mean, he hasn't made a start since May 30th against San Francisco, and he walked 2 that game, walked 4 the start before that, and then was in 3 starts where he didn't walk anybody. So they had not really, walks hadn't been really a part of any problem.
You also have to understand he only made 1 rehab start.
Correct.
Is that correct? So.
That's right. And it's raining. Where'd that come from? And I mean raining.
That slides off the plate. Well, now we got the Marlins right where we want them. They don't know what a rain delay is like.
No, they have not felt rain on their uniform.
There's one big cloud right behind us that's causing all this rain. And that one's hammered down the left field line. And way out of play by Marcell Ozuna.
The weird thing was it didn't just start sprinkling and give you a hint.
Came down with some big drops.
Two balls and a strike. Of course, Don Mattingly is the new manager of this Marlins club. That's not the only new face on the coaching staff for the Fish. Barry Bonds is the hitting coach. And it's said that Marcell Ozuna has been a terrific pupil for Barry Bonds. And you look at Ozuna's numbers. A .319 average, 16 homers. Remember, this is a player that was sent down to the minor leagues last year for about a month and a half last year. Now he might be an all-star.
I said this at the beginning of the year too, Chip, that I thought he was in better shape than we saw him last year also. He's dropped a few pounds. His name mentioned prominently in the offseason with some trade talks. Never happened, and the Marlins are glad they didn't move him.
I talked with Frankie Menachino, a former teammate of mine, about this guy last year, and he compared him to Miguel Tejada, both just how his approach at the plate, and you know how good Miggy was when he was a young player. And I can definitely see the comparisons for sure.
Well, what a luxury it is to get power from a non-traditional power position in the National League. As Ozuna's down on strikes, he's a center fielder with 16 homers. He might hit 30 by the end of the year. Those are the kinds of numbers you think about a left fielder, right fielder, first baseman, or third baseman. But he struck out here in the third inning. Yelich at first with 1 out, and here's Giancarlo Stanton. Stanton walked and didn't see a pitch very close in his first at bat. That one missed badly. 1 ball, no strikes.
You talk about Stanton's struggles this season, and you look up at the board and he has 15 home runs and 40 RBIs. I mean, that's nothing to sneeze at. I guess the average could be higher, but He's always a threat.
Now, what numbers did you look at? Did you look at average, or did you look at the power numbers when you faced Mike Stanton?
You know, what I always looked at, I looked at the pitches that they had trouble with. And, you know, you have your hot and cold zones with hitters. There's so many stats to look at nowadays with all the things. And, you know, what are the numbers against fastballs in, fastballs away? You know, what are the numbers against changeups, right on right changeups?
This is a tough play. And Ibar hung with it, looking right up into all that rain. And yeah, he'll wipe the face as Stanton popped out.
Tracked it all the way. Needed a towel.
But the one thing I looked at, you know, in my reports was, you know, what are the hitters' strengths and what are the weaknesses? What do they handle? What do they not handle well? And let's try to implement that into my game, into a game plan to go out there and try to attack those guys, and hopefully that game plan works.
Good pitch choice there by Foltynewicz. Bohr didn't get it. He hit a 3-run homer in his first at bat tonight.
Sometimes you got to dig pretty deep to find some weaknesses in some of these hitters.
And I'm sure it's fun when their strength is your strength. How do you get them out?
Here it is, big guy. Let's see who's better tonight.
This guy struck out 45 times and 205 at bats this year, but against the Braves only 2 strikeouts and 24 at bats. So somebody knows something.
It's amazing. I mean, sometimes players just, for some reason, when they see that jersey on the field, they're able to lock it in.
No balls, 2 strikes for Bohr, and that's out of play to the left.
Sometimes there's no rhyme or reason.
Bohr quite a find for the Fish, selected by the Marlins from the Cubs in the AAA phase of the Rule 5 draft after the 2013 season. Last year, his first full season in the big leagues, in 129 games, hit 23 homers. If he stays healthy, he'll fly by that. And that's downstairs. What a pick.
How did Tyler come up with that one? Might have skipped off the plate. Didn't get his glove turned to the backhand.
In front of the plate.
Pretty amazing stop right there.
The happiest man in the ballpark is Larry Vanover. That was headed for trouble. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And another pop up. This one's on the right side. Freddie Freeman's going to call for the fair catch. And he makes the play, and that retires the side. Leadoff walk. Yelich left stranded. After 2.5, Marlins still lead 3-0.
Braves baseball is sponsored by Delta Airlines, your local Ford dealer, the Home Depot, and Xfinity. X1 from Xfinity will change the way you experience sports.
Well, this isn't good news. There is still that one big cloud that's just centered right above the top of the ballpark, and it has rained very, very steadily and heavily for the last 15 minutes or so. And with the track getting a little soggy behind the plate and the mound as well, Larry Vanover has called time, and we will have a rain delay here at Turner Field. So we see the infield covered up. We will take a quick break, get our ducks in a row, and come back as the Braves and Marlins meet in Game 1 tonight. Eastern time, but not before Justin Bour got the scoring underway for the Marlins. That came in the second inning against Mike Foltynewicz. An error, a walk, and then a launch job to center field.
This ball landed right on top of the fence, just out of the reach of Chase d'Arnaud, who's playing center field tonight. Chase had a, maybe if he hadn't run into the padding, might have had a chance to jump for it, but he had a long way to go to try and catch it.
So the Marlins take the field as the Braves are scheduled to hit here in the bottom of the third inning, and Wei-Yin Chen is going to come back and pitch for the Miami Ball Club. Again, it'll be a delay of about an hour, 9 minutes or so once things get back underway.
Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, it could be risky at times, but you know, I'm guessing he was probably down throwing in the cages underneath and keeping the heat on his shoulder and elbow. So we'll see how it goes.
Chen so far has been through the lineup once for the Braves. He's allowed 3 hits. He's got a couple of strikeouts. No bases on balls, but he does have an early inning lead. 33 pitches, we understand, for Chen over his first 2 innings of work, and he will have the top of the order for Atlanta coming up here in the bottom half of the inning.
Well, we'll find out right away if he tightened up at all after an hour of sitting, even if he was playing catch and throwing to a catcher. That's a long time.
And Miami needs innings out of Chen this afternoon, or this evening, I should say, after they got beaten by the Detroit Tigers 7-5 and 10-3. Yesterday, Tom Kohler pitched for the Miami Ball Club and did not pitch very well. They did strand 12 base runners. Kohler gave up 5 runs, 8 hits, and pitched 3 innings. In fact, it took him 33 pitches yesterday to get his first out.
Wow.
So their bullpen had to work overtime in Motor City. Chen's going to try to buy him a few more innings as those dark, rain-heavy clouds move away from Turner Field. So we are set to go. Jace Peterson, Chase d'Arnaud, and Freddie Freeman are the first 3 Atlanta hitters. Jace Peterson started the game for the Braves with a first inning single. And a quick strike to the Braves second baseman. We talked at length in Jace Peterson's first at bat about the improvements he's made since coming up from Gwinnett. Another one is his work against left-handed pitchers. With his first inning hit tonight, Jace is now 5 out of 14 against lefties. It was a trouble spot for him last year, and now he's ahead in the count.
And as he said, the more he stays back, doesn't try to go out and get pitches, it makes it a little bit easier.
Chen's going to try to pitch himself into a rhythm here. He leads 3-zip. And that one right back where it came from and into center field. Jace Peterson's 2 for 2.
All the anguish and pain of hitting $180 the first 6 weeks of the season is disappearing quickly.
Yeah, he's feeling nice at the plate right now. He's feeling comfortable and just swing the bat with some confidence.
So a leadoff single brings up Chase d'Arnaud. He lined out to Derek Dietrich in his first at bat. Chase in an 0-4-13 slide, again getting the start in center field for the Braves. First time he's played there this year. One ball, no strikes.
I was talking to Chase the other day during batting practice, and as the team was about to start batting practice, and it was so oppressively hot down on the field. He said it's like a sauna when you walk out of that tunnel, and he said I've got to be careful that I don't overdo it, don't overwork, just so that I'm ready for the game to start. And it was a good point. He said, you know, just cut back on my ground balls, cut back on my throws a little bit so that I get loose, but that I'm not just fatigued.
One ball, one strike.
That's a great lesson for all teams that play in warm weather climates. It's you have to be smart about your work. You want to get your work in, but you also have to understand it's a long season. You need to, sometimes you may need to cut back a little bit, especially in the middle months of the year.
I know that was something the Texas Rangers talked about for years, was having a home field advantage because of the heat. And I think it was when Bobby Valentine was the manager there, they started wearing shorts and t-shirts for their batting practice because it was just too hot to wear uniforms.
Yeah, at the old ballpark, Arlington Stadium. You remember down the right field line, they had a thermometer, a digital thermometer. As this one's out of play. So, like you see here at Turner Field, where it marks the time in right field, it says 9:12. Well, they'd always have the temperature pointing right at the visitor's dugout, and usually around 7:05 this time of year, it'd say 107, 108.
Yeah, you think they ever ticked it up a few notches just to get in their head?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it is an advantage for for the home team that plays in that warm weather, and especially when West Coast teams come back and play, and they're just not used to it. And,
to the left side. Nice pick by Prado. Dietrich the turn, but it's too late. Darno beat the Rapid first, 1 out. And this is another reason why this Marlins ball club is playing such good baseball. Perry Hill is their infield coach, and they are paying attention to his Home Depot tools from the dugout.
They've got quite a streak going. They've only given up one unearned run since May 30th. Only 3 errors as a team since May 30th, but none by the infield, as you can see in their last 28 games.
So generally speaking, if it's on the ground in the infield, it's an out. And that was by Darno, who stands at first for Freddie Freeman. He got a 3-0 green light his first time up and singled. He swung at the first pitch here and falls behind with a strike. Yeah, on one hand, Tim, you're talking about the advantage for Texas. To go back to San Francisco, I would think in some ways, if you like the hot weather, playing in that ballpark is a disadvantage. Cold and misty and windy.
Well, it could be. For the position players, I could see how it could factor into them.
That is a fair ball, and pass Board headed for the right field corner. Darno around third. He's going to be waved home. Stanton has some trouble in the corner. Freeman's going to end up at third base with a triple, and the Braves are on the board.
Mr. Triple. Freddie's been amazing. Right over the bag. And Bohr was holding a runner on, so he didn't even have time to fall down and knock it down.
Look at the big fella. Pick him up, put him down.
So here in the third inning, Freeman again is halfway to the cycle. He's got the single and the triple. He's already hit for 1 cycle this month. And Don Mattingly has to ponder some things now as the tying runs in the batter's box. Adonis Garcia, who struck out his first time up. Runner at third, 1 out. And a good cut, fouled back. Adonis has 3 RBIs against Miami this year. And 21 runs batted in for the year. Oh. 1 ball, 1 strike. hot shot to Prado. He's going to force Freeman to scramble back to third base. What a play by Martin Prado on that rocket toward third.
I hate to say, look what I found, because I know how good Martin is. But he was trying his best to get that off to the side just in case that was going to be a shin burger of some kind.
Yeah, it was coming in hot. There's no question about that one.
What hands. Was going to lose that race, so he got the out at first.
And Nick Markakis, the batter, he lined out to end the first inning. He hit it right at Justin Bour, the Marlins first baseman. And a line drive into center by Markakis. A 2-out hit makes it a 1-run game. Boy, Nick loves hitting against this Marlins ball club. That's his 42nd RBI, his 9th against Miami. He's got a long hitting streak working against the Fish. And you'll see that on our Georgia lottery hitting the jackpot.
Yeah, makes number 13 in a row against Miami. Came in with a .333 mark against them over the last 12 games. 1 for 2 tonight. And Don Mattingly wondering if he did the right thing by bringing him back after an hour rain delay.
Lefties are 5 for 6 tonight against Wei-Yin Chen at the plate. Now a righty, Jeff Francoeur is up and didn't get it. 1 ball, 1 strike. Jeff's another Brave that's had good luck against Marlins pitching. 6 for 20 with 3 RBIs.
Just a good one to hit right there.
Sure did.
Popped up. That's over by the Braves on deck circle, and Bour will have room, and that will retire the side. The Braves tag Chen for a couple of runs on 3 hits. Freeman and Markakis with run scoring hits. And we go to the 4th, new ball game. Now a 3-2 Miami ball game. Saturday, July 2nd, with the Marlins in town for Freddie Freeman's sleeve day to support the fight against melanoma. Ticket packages include a game ticket and a special pair of Freddie Freeman arm sleeves designed by Freddie himself. Also, a portion of every ticket will go to support Freddie's charity, the Melanoma Research Foundation. Go to Braves.com/Freeman now. Freddie Freeman's got 2 hits, including a run-scoring triple. And now Tyrell Jenkins will come on. This is his 3rd game out of the Braves bullpen.
I think you'll like him, Tim. Braves got him from the Cardinals in the Jason Hayward deal. He was part of that trade. And he came in the other night in relief of John Gant, who had to come out with an oblique injury. And Tyrell pitched 4+ innings of long relief, and he gave up runs in 1 inning, gave up a 3-run homer to Chisenhall. But around that, he pitched really well.
Yeah.
Walked 1, struck out 3.
JT Realmuto, the Marlins catcher, is the first man he'll face. And that's in for a strike. Speaking of Cleveland, they're winning again in Toronto, 3-1 in the 8th inning. If the Indians win that one, it'll be a 13-game winning streak. Jose Fernandez looking on. He'll get the ball here Saturday afternoon. And a line drive to right by Realmuto makes him 2 for 2. And that's how the top of the 4th begins for the Marlins.
That ball did something funny out there. It caused Nick to go to his knees to block it. I don't know if it hydroplaned on the wet grass or if he slipped a little.
That ball will have a tendency to skip on you out there after a little rain. It was hit pretty well too, though.
Adeiny Echeverria grounded out to shortstop. And Tyrell missed upstairs. 1 ball, no strikes. Echeverria, part of that big blockbuster deal between the Marlins and the Toronto Blue Jays in 2012. He came to Miami with Henderson Alvarez, Anthony DeSclafani, Yunel Escobar, Jeff Mathis, Jake Marisnick, and Justin Nicolino in the Mark Burley, Jose Reyes, Josh Johnson deal.
Well, there's a guy you just mentioned that it's a shame to see him get hurt. Josh Johnson, as good as he was.
Yeah, he was as dominant as anybody when he was healthy.
1 ball, 1 strike. And that was very close at first.
Didn't he have a pickoff the other night too, Chip?
He did. Braves might be looking at this one.
Got it.
Jenkins wasting some time atop the mound, waiting for a signal from Terry Pendleton. But no appeal, and fouled away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Echeverria, a Gold Glove finalist and a career year in average runs, homers, and RBIs last year. And the only shortstop that had a better defensive rating than Adeiny Echeverria was Andrelton Simmons. Did all that damage after missing the final month with some hamstring problems. Made just 9 errors last season. 1 ball, 2 strikes. And that one's lined to Ibar, a little snow cone, but he'll throw back to first a little late. Realmuto is safely at first. Echeverria is retired, 1 out. So here's Chen. He bounced out to first in the second. It's funny, we mentioned Josh Johnson. 10-15 years ago, the Marlins were known for all the pitchers they were developing. A.J. Burnett, Josh Johnson, and they'd go out and get a Kevin Brown. Al Leiter, who's working on the Marlins TV broadcast tonight. I mean, they had some really outstanding pitching staffs. Josh Beckett.
Yep.
And they've got another one at the top of the rotation in Jose Fernandez. And it's rumored the Marlins were, and maybe still are, looking for another starting pitcher to bolster this rotation, which behind Fernandez is very young and as a result rather inconsistent.
One of the guys you mentioned in that trade from Toronto is supposed to pitch tomorrow night. There was a question mark there.
Oh, Nicolino?
Justin Nicolino will probably start opposite Julio Teheran tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, yes, and then Wednesday or Saturday afternoon at 4:10.
That's butted right into the seats on an 0-2 count. And Chen is struck out for a 12th time. 2 outs and back to the top and Derek Dietrich. The Marlins did make a deal today, just like the Braves did. If you missed it, Atlanta sent Bud Norris to the Dodgers for a couple of minor league pitchers. Because the Marlins don't have a lot of great starting depth, they did the next best thing. They bolstered their bullpen by acquiring Fernando Rodney from San Diego for Chris Paddock. And Rodney is expected to be here in time for tomorrow night's game. That's up the middle. Nice pick. Long throw and the stretch by Freeman to get Dietrich. And that will retire the Marlins in the 4th inning. Nice play by Ibar. Jenkins works around a leadoff single. It's a 3-2 score. Few hours left to get your ticket packages, and anybody who buys that Star Wars ticket package will get the limited edition Jedi Sherholtz bobblehead doll. Go to Braves.com/Star Wars for more information. Tim, Joe last night suggested that we start calling Mr. Sherholtz Jedi John.
It's interesting. Yeah, let's go with it. That'll work.
What was the mind thing in Star Wars? You know, that the Force.
Yeah. Jedi
John Sherholtz has always had the Force with him.
That's into the Marlins bullpen. Foul for a strike off the bat of Tyler Flowers, who broke his bat.
Tyler's got a bad streak working. He's 0 for his last 7 with 5 strikeouts. But man, when he's been hitting the ball, he's been driving home runs to right center field. But not much luck lately.
This one's blooped behind first. Stanton on the run, still coming, can't get there. The ball drops at his feet. Flowers never stopped running. He'll be at second base with nobody out.
Just needed to talk about it, that's all.
It's a beautiful double. It's a double off the wall in the book.
Love the fact that he didn't stop running. He could have stopped if Stanton comes up with this cleanly, but didn't need to.
Sometimes that's all you need to get going. A little knock like that. Get on a roll.
So Tyler in scoring position, representing the tying run. Here's Eric Ibar. He singled and was forced out. That was way back in the second. A 68-minute rain delay tonight. The Braves batted in the 3rd inning. Mike Foltynewicz was taken out after his 3-inning stint. Chen, of course, has continued on for the Fish. To short. Echeverria will scoop and throw. And there's out number 1. And here comes Tyrell Jenkins.
That was an interesting dilemma there. You want to get that guy over to third base with 1 out, but then you've got the pitcher coming up, a guy who doesn't hit that much, period. And then Brian Snitker's forced into a thought of, okay, do I pinch hit for him and try to get that tying run in, or do I burn my bullpen some more? A moot point after the grounder to the left side.
And now Jenkins shoots one towards Stanton and right. Giancarlo makes the grab. And there's the second out. Well, if there's one thing we've noticed in the head-to-head meetings between these two clubs, the Braves have really taken advantage of the Marlins bullpen. And so you keep Jenkins in here, hope he can give you 2, 3, maybe 4 more innings. And hopefully he can shut down the Marlins bats, let Atlanta go to work against a very tired relief group. We'll see if that's how it works out. Here's Jace Peterson. He's 2 for 2. Center. Ozuna going back, still going back. He's going to make the catch right in front of the 400 mark. Chen gave up a long fly ball and a double, but not the lead. We go to the 5th.
Marlins lead to 3-2 as we head into the 5th inning. And I have some good news from the Gwinnett team down there. Rob Wooten, Matt Marksberry, and Jose Ramirez pitched a combined 9-inning no-hitter in a 3-0 win over at Louisville. So as I continue to remind you guys a lot this season, there's so much to be excited about. And pitching, they're continuing to build this club around pitching, and it's starting to pay off.
You bet. That's always good news.
It's great news.
No walks for that trio as well in that 3-0 victory over the Louisville Bats tonight for Gwinnett. As Martin Prado, Christian Yelich, and Marcell Ozuna are coming up. Second inning of relief for Terrell Jenkins. As we told you, Martin Prado, a tough out on the road. Best road batting average in Major League Baseball coming in. But this year, head-to-head with the Braves, whether in Miami or at Turner Field, Martin Prado has really been held down. He has 6 hits and 33 at-bats this year against the Braves staff. That just missed. 3 balls and a strike.
Timing's everything, though, Chip. It's like Tim was talking about earlier. You know, wanting to know who's hot, who's not, where their hot zones are, etc. Seems like every time the Braves have started a series with the Marlins, Martin's been in a downturn.
High hopper hit to short. Ibar's got that, and a chest high throw retires Martin for the first out.
He's coming off a bad series, or maybe a 2 for 15, 2 for 18, something like that. But he's coming into town tonight. Despite the fact he doesn't have a hit tonight, he's coming in hot.
Speaking of hot, that's what Christian Yelich has been in the month of June for Miami. Tonight he has struck out and he has walked. Yelich, Ozuna, and Stanton rise the Miami outfield. That is a very talented trio. Two of those 3 have swung the bats well. They're waiting for Stanton to get hot and carry the club for a while. As that one's laced foul. 2 balls and a strike.
A very good offensive trio, and they may be the second best defensive threesome in the National League to the Pirates, to Polanco, McCutchen, and Marte. Yeah.
They're all an athletic bunch, both of those outfields. They can cover some ground and play good defense, but they're also offensively they're strong as well.
Yelich, a former #1 pick. Marlins took him in the 2010 draft. And that's the first walk allowed by Terrell Jenkins, and it brings up Marcell Ozuna. Braves bullpen by and large has had a solid month. 5 wins, 5 saves, a .394 earned run average. Terrell Jenkins has a very good pickoff move.
That's some quick feet.
Jenkins was drafted by the Cardinals at the age of 17 and had a choice: go play professional baseball or take advantage of a college football scholarship at Baylor. He signed with the Cardinals and came over in the Shelby Miller, Jason Hayward trade and just missed outside 1-0.
So you're saying he's a pretty good athlete.
He's a real good athlete. Yes.
Yeah.
He's a big kid too. Stand next to him in the locker room.
Yeah.
It's not some 6'1", 190-pounder. Tyrell 6'4", 210.
He looks thicker than that.
You know what position he played in football?
I don't. Off the top of my head. See if Chan can help us out. Well, if he's a great athlete, I'm guessing skill position.
I'm guessing wide receiver.
Wide receiver, cornerback, quarterback. 1 ball, 1 strike. To third. Adonis to second. Peterson's going to try to turn it, and it's just a little late. Yelich retired at second, 2 outs.
I love it when second basemen don't give up on what is probably not going to be a double play. You just figured the length of time it took for Garcia to plan and throw 90 feet to him. I just love it when guys continue to keep the play alive, thinking you might still turn it.
Jace Peterson, a former football player himself, so he's not afraid of contact around the second base bag. He used the bag nicely to defend himself against Yelich, who was the charging base runner. So 2 are outs. 2 are out, I should say, for Giancarlo Stanton. And we understand that Terrell Jenkins was going to be a quarterback.
That might have been about the time for somebody to come in and succeed RG3 at Baylor.
So he's 20. How old is Tyrell? He's 23. Signed at 17, so 2010 or so. Might be right.
So he is an athlete. Play quarterback for that program. You have to have some skills.
I think Tyrell chose wisely because there's 7 or 8 guys the size of Giancarlo Stanton that want to cream you every time you touch the ball when you're the quarterback.
Yeah, I think the decision was wise.
And he walked Stanton. 2 on, 2 out. And the Braves keep pitching themselves into a spot where they have to face Justin Bour with runners on base.
The old whammer.
The whammer.
Is that what you called him?
Yeah.
The whammer.
I think that's a great description. Good nickname.
He's a great story. As I said, selected in the minor league portion of the Rule 5 draft from the Cubs. They had a guy turned out to be a pretty good player blocking him, and that's Anthony Rizzo.
Yeah.
And so Marlins took a flyer on Justin Bour, and he's turned into a 20-homer, 80 RBI first baseman for them.
Originally a 25th round pick by the Cubs. Out of George Mason University.
And as a young man, he sure looks like a throwback player. No batting gloves. And just grip it and rip it. I would be very careful with this pitch with Miami in front. He had the green light and it's fouled away. JT Realmuto, the Miami catcher, waits on deck. Braves would like to see him lead off the 6th. And it's the 3rd walk of the inning for Terrell Jenkins, and he's loaded the bases for the Marlins. And Realmuto's 2 for 2. And he's coming up.
Make a good pitch here and all's forgiven.
That's right. 1 pitch away. Get strike 1.
Mentioned the luxury that the Marlins have with Ozuna and his power in center field. Miami benefits from having a terrific offensive catcher in Realmuto.
I think he's quickly establishing himself as one of the better catchers in the National League all around. Very athletic.
Athletic enough to bat leadoff for time or 2 for the Marlins this year in the absence of D. Gordon. And he's working the count. It's 2 balls, no strikes.
Make a good pitch right here. It's
94 and moving.
Yeah, he got a little help there. Realmuto couldn't lay off.
So it's a 2-2 count with the bases loaded. Struck him out of the outside corner.
a nice pitch.
Tyrell Jenkins pitched himself into and then out of a big 5th inning mess. Miami loads the bases but cannot add to the lead. It's 3-2 with the heart of the order coming up next for the Braves. summer than by taking the kids to Turner Field for free. The Braves and Chick-fil-A are now offering 2 free tickets to any remaining home game for all members of the Braves Kids Club. Go to Braves.com/kids today to take advantage of this great deal. All right, fellas, big momentum swing there. Miami had them loaded, couldn't add to the lead. Now the Braves have their 2, 3, and 4 hitters coming up against Wei-Yin Chen, who leads 3-2.
I think that's a very good example of what's been plaguing the Marlins. They get guys on, they can't get them in.
D'Arnaud skies one towards center, and Ozuna will make the play. 2 pitches, 1 out.
They've already left 8 men on base. Make it 7.
Freddie Freeman hitting .350 this month with 5 homers. And as you see, he's halfway to the cycle. Needs the double and the homer. If I'm not mistaken, Aaron Hill is the last guy to have 2 cycles in a month. Already 4 triples this year for the Braves first baseman. His 3rd inning 3-bagger scored the first of the Braves' 2 runs. And as hot as he is, you can see why Chen's pitching very, very carefully here.
I'd like to see them try to go outside again and miss like they did on the first pitch. Came back over the middle.
And Freeman walks. That is the first free pass for Chen tonight. It comes with 1 out. Chen has to get through the 5th inning with the lead to qualify for the win. As Joe mentioned, he's got 9 no decisions. Only Jake Odorizzi of Tampa Bay has more. He has 10 of them. And his spot's due second on the lineup card when the Marlins hit in the 6th. Bouncing ball to 3rd. Prado to second for 1. Dietrich with a quick turn. And that's a double play. And that ends the Atlanta inning. So we go to the 6th. Decision time for Don Mattingly. Will Chen continue? He leads by a run.
for your Xfinity game break, we're going to take you to Toronto. We're very familiar with the Indians. They just left here. They are up there now. Jason Kipnis, you heard his name a lot this series. A solo shot for his 11th home run of the season off R.A. Dickey. They were looking for their 13th straight win, and they got it. 4-1 was the final.
I'm a believer.
Kipnis and Rajai Davis hit homers, and Carlos Carrasco pitched for the Indians tonight. 7 1/3 innings, 14 strikeouts. Gave up 1 run, a home run to Donaldson.
And the question I had last night was, could that very good Cleveland offense handle the knuckleball of R.A. Dickey? The answer to that was
astounding, yes.
Yes, indeed. 13 straight wins. That ties their all-time franchise record, which had been done twice before.
Terry Francona has those boys playing well. He does.
Yeah, they do everything right.
Two balls and a strike for Echeverria. I was listening to MLB radio on the way to the ballpark today, and we were talking to some of the Indians front office executives about this streak. And look, it's going to end at some point, but they're certainly enjoying the ride, and deservedly so. But that was a strike. Made a point about the Cavaliers NBA championship seemingly has lifted that gloom and doom and that professional sports fog that many in Cleveland have felt for the last 50-60 years there. As this one's poked to the right side and just past Jace Peterson, who couldn't get the arm down to block it. So Echeverria has a leadoff hit.
Mad that he didn't get it. Isn't the first win of the streak for the Indians on the same day as the championship, or the day after? Is that what it started?
They have not lost since Cleveland won the NBA title. And if that pitching holds up, I mean, we looked at their team, that there really doesn't appear to be a weakness. Their bullpen, I guess, could be kind of like the Cubs in that they don't really know how good their pen is because they don't have to use them so much.
Yeah.
I mean, their starters go so deep into the games.
Yeah. You know, 13 games, I mean, that's getting to be some territory that's going to start getting some major national coverage. And, you know, with every win, there's going to be added pressure to the starting pitcher, added pressure to the defenses and the bullpen. So it's, you know, I understand that. You know, we won 20 games in a row in Oakland, and it was around the 13 or 14 games in a row mark where all of a sudden everybody in America was watching the Oakland A's. And
Chen with a bunt. Freeman's going to throw to second, and a great stretch. Throw to first, another great stretch. But Peterson couldn't hold the bag. Freeman shows off that high velocity arm with a perfect strike to Ibar at the bag. Yeah, I'm guessing you have a streak like that, you start looking around the locker room. Who are all these people?
Exactly. Well, for us, for sure, because you know, we were Oakland, we were still fairly young, and you know, so it's going to be interesting for those guys in that locker room, and it's exciting.
So Brian Snitker, the Braves manager, is on his way out, and he'll take the ball from Tyrell Jenkins, who has kept the Marlins off the scoreboard at this point. Runner at first, 1 out. We continue in the 6th. Sports Service delivers everything you've come to expect and more. Watch every out-of-market game live in HD on over 400 supported devices. That includes a free subscription to At Bat Premium, the #1 app for live baseball. Blackout and other restrictions apply. Visit MLB.tv for details. There's Dario Alvarez. He's on to pitch. He's the third hurler of the night for Atlanta. And it's time to take a look at tonight's Cold Hard Facts, brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light.
Braves bullpen against these Marlins has been absolutely outstanding. 180 ERA, sub 200 average against them, while against all other teams an ERA approaching 5 and a decent 262 average. Another reason why the Braves are 6-2 against the Fish so far on the year. Dario's had good numbers since joining the ball club. He gave up that 11th inning home run to Kelly Johnson, but not much else to anybody else.
And he'll try to handle Derek Dietrich, then Martin Prado, with 1 on, 1 out in a 1-run game in the 6th. Miami got 3 runs in the 2nd. The Braves got 2 runs in the 3rd. The Marlins are up to their old stranding base runners tricks. They left 24 on base in 2 games in Detroit. They've left 7 already tonight, and we're in the 6th.
That guy didn't leave many on base.
Nasty pitch has Dietrich behind, 0-2.
There's a stretch in Don Mattingly's career where 4 consecutive seasons he drove in 110, 145, 113, and 115, while winning batting titles too.
Did you say 145?
I did, sir.
Flowers can't find it, and it trickles to the grass by the Braves on deck circle. And Chen moves up 90 feet. That takes away a double play chance. And the count now 1 ball 2 strikes.
1985, Mattingly hit .324, scored 107 runs. He had 211 hits, 48 doubles, 35 homers, 145 driven in. Year after that, he had 238 hits.
On a pretty big stage.
Yeah, not bad. Pretty good first baseman too.
Right.
But wasn't that the era when the Yankees were not particularly successful when Don Mattingly was there? They didn't have the great teams that we saw in the late 70s.
You're not great, but they were pretty good.
1 ball 2 strikes for Derek Dietrich, who's been wearing out the Braves at the plate this year. But not this time. A sweeping slider got him to swing and miss. Big pitch by Dario, 2 outs.
Tough to hang in there on that one.
Yeah, he didn't like that.
Nope. His heart was in it, his hind pockets weren't.
Happens to a lot of them.
And my point about Don Mattingly was in no way meant to disparage his great career, but with those terrific numbers that Joe mentioned, you know how many playoff games Don Mattingly played in? 5.
Is that right?
Only 5. That was in 1995, the division series. And in 5 games, Don Mattingly went 10 for 24 against the Mariners with a home run and 6 RBIs.
307 career hitter. 2,153 hits.
Braves will pitcher out Martin Prado, first and second. Yelich will be the hitter. He has struck out once. He has walked twice. Yelich, and the Marlins pitcher is the leading runner at second base.
See if Yelich can hang in there a little better than Dietrich did.
That one missed high. 1 ball, no strikes.
Dietrich's more of a pull hitter. The Braves have shifted on him before because he's such a dead pull hitter. Yelich more of a left center to right center type guy.
'94 on the black. 1-2. Ozuna waits on deck. Popped up. Long run, Francoeur near the line, near the stands, and he can't make the play.
Knew he was close, but he had maybe another step that he didn't realize.
That's right. Yelich spoiled a good pitch too.
See, they're trying to keep the ball away from Christian Yelich, and he rolled over that one. Freeman's got it. He will barely win the race to the first base bag. That was close. Yelich hustled down the line. Freeman beats him, and that ends the Miami 6. They strand 2 more runners. 3-2 game. Braves are coming up. David Ortiz, Bryce Harper, Mike Trout, and all of baseball's superstars come together for the primetime event that will light up the summer. The MLB All-Star Game from San Diego, July 12th, only on Big Fox.
That will hurt the National League as well, with Clayton Kershaw going on the disabled list. Chances are he might have started that game, but will be unavailable.
Well, maybe that'll open up more consideration for Julio Teheran, who could pitch for the National League. Meanwhile, talk about gritty, gutty performances. How about Chen tonight? He waited out a 68-minute rain delay in the third inning tonight. He just ran the bases the entire sixth inning, and he's back out there to face Nick Markakis, Jeff Francoeur, and Tyler Flowers, and he nurses a one-run lead. Echeverria, what an incredible play. Like a matador. He waved the glove, the ball found leather, and Markakis is robbed of a hit.
That even had his teammates clapping.
He's got some skills. You just can't teach that.
That was nice.
Jeff Francoeur is 0 for 2.
We're seeing a pretty good exhibition of shortstops from these visiting teams coming in here the last couple of series.
Two balls and a strike. Sure miss seeing Malik Smith on the field. That broken thumb. He'll miss anywhere from 6 to 10 weeks.
Fritchie should get a good pitch to hit right here. 3-1.
And there's ball 4.
It's funny, sometimes when Jeff hasn't had a start in a few days like this one, the first couple of 3 at bats may not be very good, may not look very good, but the 3rd or 4th at bat he seems to get comfortable and hit one hard somewhere.
Yeah. Take a minute for him to lock it in, but
Braves are trying to help derail the Marlins' quest for a playoff spot. So buy some time for the Miami bullpen to get to work. There's Mike Dunn, former Brave. Marlins need this win tonight because Washington's winning handily at home, and the Mets are winning. They've come back to take a lead over the Cubs at Citi Field tonight. As Kelsey reported, with Chen being from Taiwan, Major League Baseball has translators available for all of the uniformed personnel. No translator there on that visit to the mound. So whatever message was given, he understood it perfectly and clearly. From Juan Nieves, the Marlins pitching coach. Flowers the batter, 1 on, 1 out.
Hey, congratulations to the Coastal Carolina Chanticleers for their NCAA baseball championship today.
That was a great game and a great finish.
It sure was.
Well, it's nice to see some programs that doesn't get a lot of love in the NCAA to go out there and do well in the postseason and go on to the College World Series and win the dang thing.
It's always been a good program, and they had a great team. It's hard to say they came out of nowhere when you know that they've always been pretty good.
That's ripped toward left, and it's headed for the corner. Here comes Frenchie around second. He's on his way to third. Bo Porter will stop him as Flowers has a one-out double.
Like he got something inside. They had a high target. The catcher's almost standing up there, but it was maybe about belt high, and he ripped it, kept it fair.
It's two-double night for Tyler Flowers.
Yeah. Sounds like a good idea. My favorite kind of game.
And that might be the end of the line for Wei-Yin Chen. Don Mattingly was trying to squeeze one more inning out of him with the bottom of the lineup coming up for the Braves, but that's not going to happen. Chen survived a 68-minute rain delay and to this point leaves with a lead. It's 3-2.
Inning as Chen exits and Mike Dunn enters. And you know, Mike Dunn is a very big supporter of the military. He's one of those guys that is just super excited to get out to Fort Bragg and play there on Sunday. He has a charity called Dunn for All that helps supports vets, and just last week he went to a VA hospital and played around with some of those guys. But he is just pumped up and ready to go really give back to the military, which he already does on a regular basis with this charity. But you know that this game will be even more closer to his heart.
You're right about that, Kelsey. That'll be Sunday night up at Fort Bragg. Game that'll be televised by ESPN. It's really a one-off game played by Major League Baseball's Miami Marlins and Atlanta Braves. They've done a remarkable job of constructing a Major League Baseball ready stadium in a very short period of time. And that game will be for the benefit of the military families. I don't believe there will be any private tickets sold. That is strictly for men and women of the armed forces, which is an incredible gesture.
Absolutely.
And everybody's looking forward to what I'm sure will be a great show on Sunday night. So thanks for that report, Kelsey. Mike Dunn missed some time with a forearm strain, and they've been very careful in how they've used him. In fact, Dunn hasn't pitched for the Marlins since the 24th, when the Cubs tagged him for a run and a loss. That's off the pitcher's glove, and that's going to tie the game. If it weren't for bad luck, Dunn might have no luck at all of late, and the Braves are happy about that. That ties it up. Atlanta cashes in the walk It's now 3-3.
That might have gotten up the middle, but the way Echeverria can pick it,
yeah, you never know.
You take it the way it happened.
Absolutely.
So it's a hit and an RBI. Francoeur scores to make it 3-3. And now Brandon Snyder grabs a bat. He'll come on and pinch hit.
Chip, it wasn't just the Cubs that have dented him a little bit lately. Remember that game, that first game down in Miami when Jace Peterson hit the 2-run homer. He later won the game in extra innings with a base hit off Dunn.
That's well hit toward right center field. Ozuna on the run, still going back. He can't get it. It's off the wall. One-run scores. Here comes Ibar around third. Throw is up the line. Everybody's safe, and the Braves take the lead. A pinch hit triple for Brandon Snyder, and the Braves erupt for 3 in the 6th and take a 5-3 lead.
He's got to be getting close to pinch hitting for the cycle. He's had a pinch hit homer this year already, and now this one over Ozuna's head. And it's a good thing that Ibar kept running around third base because Snyder was right on his heels.
Man, did that ball explode off his bat. He hit it a long way.
He put a nice swing on it.
And the troubles for Dunn continue. Infield in for Miami.
And he was on his coattails for sure.
Was.
That is the first career triple for Brandon Snyder tonight. And out of play. 1 ball, 2 strikes. As Joe mentioned, it was Dunn that got the good work from the lefty-lefty matchup for Jace Peterson going. On June 21st, that was a 3 RBI game for Jace Peterson, a game that was won by the Braves 3-2. Jace tied the game with a 8th inning home run and then had the game-winning RBI in the 10th inning. And that was the Braves' 6th straight victory. And look at the fight he's putting up here.
Chan looked it up, and he has almost pinch hit for the triple. Snyder's got a double, a triple, and a homer. He just needs the single for a pinch hit cycle.
So you can close the book on Wei-Yin Chen, the Marlins starter. 5 1/3 innings, 8 hits, 4 runs, 2 walks, 2 strikeouts. An infield hit and a triple have plated 3 in the inning. And 2 of the 3 go to the Marlins starter, Wei-Yin Chen. And that popped out of Real Muto's glove. What a battle here by Jace Peterson.
Where was Real Muto going? It's almost like he was coming up out of his crouch to try to pick off at third.
Jace Peterson's about to see a 9th pitch. And he flips one out toward left. Yelich is underneath. And he's going to make the grab. And that's the second out. So Chase d'Arnaud will hit. Chase is hitless tonight and is hoping to snap an 0 for 15 right here and add an insurance run. Braves have out hit Miami 10-4. And as we showed you earlier, they are doing to the Marlins what they've done most of this season. They have cashed in some big hits off their bullpen. A bullpen that will take on a different look tomorrow night when Fernando Rodney joins the Marlins club. They acquired him from San Diego earlier today. Line drive, base hit at 6-3.
Braves are 4 for 11 tonight with runners in scoring position. They were 2 for 20 against Cleveland. What a difference 2 out hits make, huh? Man, oh man.
It's a great time for him to break that 0 for 15, huh?
You betcha. Just went down and combed that one.
Six RBIs for d'Arnaud.
He knows it too.
Runner at first goes. The pitch a strike. The throw to second is not. d'Arnaud in safely with a headfirst slide at second and a steal. That's his 6th swipe.
He had to get a good jump. He had to go on Dunn's first move because Real Muto's throwing out base stealers at a 45% clip.
Still close.
Yeah.
Don't you love that replay angle at the second base bag? When the action gets slowed down, you can almost see every grain of dirt fly up when the base stealer gets to the bag. Excellent look. And Freddie fouls that away. 1 ball, 2 strikes. A single, a triple, a run, an RBI, and a walk for the Braves first baseman, who was very frustrated with his at-bats in the game yesterday. But all's forgiven tonight. 29 hits for Freeman in his last 17 games. And Freeman is down on strikes. But the Braves tagged Mike Dunn very, very well. An infield hit, a triple, and a 2-out single to left. The Braves plate 4 in the 6th. They leapfrog past Miami. 6-3 is your score. We're off to the 7th. Miami 6-3. 6 unanswered runs by the Braves tonight. Plenty of things to talk about with you on Braves Live, presented by Xfinity. That will follow our ball game. Always look forward to Joe Simpson and Tim Hudson's analysis of the game with Matt Diaz and Jerome Jurinovich on the studio set again tonight.
Chris Withrow's had a few days off. He did not pitch in the Cleveland series. In fact, he's had 5 days off. So he's kind of in a rotation type setup here.
Yeah, should be fresh.
26th game.
He'll face Marcell Ozuna. That's in for a strike. Well, after a long rain delay tonight, I vote for no bottom of the 9th.
We're on pace for no bottom of the 9th. I like it.
Got to get 9 more outs and protect a 6-3 lead. And that's downstairs. Dodgers won tonight 8-1. Washington just polished off the Reds 13-4. Mets beat the Cubs 4-3. Well, that's a much needed win for Terry Collins' club. Steven Matz was the scheduled New York starter. They too have some bone spur issues in their rotation. Syndergaard and Matz both plagued by that malady. Mets keep pace with Washington. They're 6 back in the division. And that's low. 2 balls, 2 strikes to the Miami center fielder.
Matz went 5 1/3. Gave up 3 runs. Relief help from 3 different guys.
Ozuna reached on a 2nd inning error and scored ahead of Bohr's homer. That's fouled back. Maybe the most interesting game is taking place out on the West Coast tonight. That's the Giants in Oakland. Madison Bumgarner is pitching for San Francisco in that game in an American League ballpark. And Bruce Bochy is not going to use a designated hitter. He's letting Madison Bumgarner pitch and hit tonight, and hit by design.
I can understand that, and I know Tim can.
Yeah, he can swing it. If I'm one of the guys on the bench as a normal everyday position player, I might have a little something to say about it.
Yeah.
But the big fella can definitely swing the bat for sure. For a pitcher.
Oakland has kind of had their way with the Giants too, surprisingly. They've won 3 in a row from them.
You know, Bum, he's had his struggles against Oakland as well.
Swing and a miss. Ozuna's retired on strikes. 1 away. Well, the last time a pitcher in the American League was intentionally penciled into the lineup card was Ken Brett way back in 1976. And there's been all kinds of stuff on social media tonight. Last 180 plate appearances. Madison Bumgarner has more home runs than Bryce Harper and has more home runs than Mike Trout over the same number of plate appearances. So why not?
Big guy, he can run into it once in a while. Be interesting to see if he's going to hit in the home run derby. There was talks of it.
I heard Bruce Bochy talking about that on MLB radio again on the way in today as Stanton hits. It seems as if letting him hit now is going to kind of tell Madison, all right, you can hit now, but we're not going to let you go out there maximum effort for half an hour and try to hit home runs in the home run derby, because Bruce said if he pulls an oblique in the home run derby, there are going to be a lot of us looking for jobs the next day.
Right. Yeah, that's true.
Tim, we have one of our favorite players on the shelf for the Giants right now. That's Hunter Pence. And even in his absence, the Giants have been able to add to their lead because nobody in the West is really winning right now. Is he as fun a teammate to have as it appears?
He is. he's full of energy. He's that guy that just brings, you know, that chemistry to the club that, you know, that you need. He's ultra positive. He's always trying to find ways to, you know, to pump his teammates up and to try to, you know, help with their confidence. And, you know, he's an ultimate team guy. There's no question about it. He's a great player, but what he brings to a team from a chemistry standpoint is something that, you know, you can't put a dollar value on. He's an interesting cat now. He's interesting.
Do you know the nickname Joe's given him?
What's that?
See if you'll like it. First, the 1-2 pitch. And that's whacked towards short. Ibar's got it. Stanton's going to be out number 2. You know, Hunter Pence from a distance looks like he's all kneecaps and elbows, all gangly in the way he swings the bat and everything else.
Yeah.
Joe called him the praying mantis.
It's perfect. It's perfect. Especially when he pulls his pants up 3 inches above his knees. That's by design. I mean, that's how he likes them. It's pretty much short pants, just shorts.
I told him last year, I said, you know, I like this. And he looked me right in the eye real close. He goes, do you really, or are you just saying that? I said, no, I like it. I'm like a wide receiver.
Yeah. He's wound tight. He is wound tight. He probably averages at least somewhere between 8 and 10 cups of coffee a day.
Oh, perfect.
Yeah.
And non-decaf.
So when you see pictures of his eyes bulging out of his head, you know why.
Boy, lashes one foul.
It was right here where he got hurt. I mean, he had already strained a hamstring. There you go.
There it is. It's perfect. Same hairdo and everything. Yeah, he's like a mascot.
Well, that's got to be great news for the Giants in this regard. Terrible news that Pence is out, but great news that they're winning without him. That was a big problem for the Giants last year. When Hunter went out, San Francisco really struggled to score runs and win. As that one's thankfully deflected by the screen. That was headed right toward us. 0-2.
You know, it helps to have 3 guys in the rotation going out there just putting up zeros every night. And then, you know, Peavy and Suarez, they're 4 and 5 guy. They've been pitching really well of late as well. So it's all about that starting pitcher. If he's going to go out there and give you a chance to win, not have the big innings, you're going to win some ball games.
One ball, 2 strikes for Justin Bour. 6-3, the Braves lead it. And that's line foul. We'll do it again. Hit into the shift. Garcia's got it. And a strike to first will retire the side. Withrow works a perfect top of the 7th. Stretch time at Turner Field, 6-3. Atlanta leads game 1. Just a few hours are left to get your tickets for Star Wars night tomorrow night here at Turner Field. Everyone who buys the Star Wars ticket package will receive a limited edition Jedi Sherholtz bobblehead, and only those who buy that Star Wars ticket package will get that giveaway. Go to Braves.com/Star Wars for more information. There'll be a pregame parade, and yes, Tom Glavine will be forever immortalized with Paul Byrd on Star Wars night.
Hey, I got to say, Glav looks good. He could definitely be Luke Skywalker.
Yeah,
for sure.
Birdie. I'm really sorry to say, Birdie. Yeah, you could too. You could be. You could be.
It looks very normal.
Yeah, it does.
Kyle Barraclough came over from the Cardinals for Steve Cishek. He's on
donuts.
He's on for the 35th time. Barraclough's got a big arm, but sometimes has base runners 3 at a time, and they get lodged right there. I think it's really interesting the way that the Marlins are trying to advance their cause, as this one's popped up on the infield. Dietrich will make the play for out number 1. I think we would all agree the price for starting pitching in Major League Baseball is as high as it's been in recent memory. It has been said, and I have no way of verifying this, that the Marlins farm system is not as strong as some of the others and other teams that are searching for starting pitching. They have some good young arms that are still trying to learn on the job, and as a result they go 5-6 innings. So instead of overpaying for a starting pitcher, they add Fernando Rodney to try to shorten the game from the bullpen. And in doing so, they'll have Ramos close. Rodney can be a setup guy in the 8th. Guys like Phelps and Barraclough and Dunn would then get slotted down in the game, meaning they'd pitch in the 5th or the 6th or the 7th and not the 7th or the 8th consistently.
Well, I've heard John Smoltz talk about that too, about how if you don't have enough starting pitching, then load up in your bullpen. But if your starters are only going 5 every night, sooner or later it's going to catch up to your bullpen.
That's a lot of innings to take care of from the bullpen.
I mean, they know every 5th day they've got a great chance to win with Jose Fernandez, as this one's slicing foul off the bat of Nick Markakis.
And, you know, making a trade for a high-end reliever is definitely less expensive than trading for a top-of-the-rotation guy, or any rotation guy for that matter.
They've got Adam Conley, who's 4-5. Fernandez is 10-3. Tom Kohler is 6-7 with a 4.5 ERA. Chen's 4-2 with a 5-point ERA. He's on the hook for the loss tonight. And we understand that Justin Nicolino will, in all likelihood, be the next starter in line for Miami here tomorrow. And they sent him down to the minor leagues to make a repertoire adjustment. They are taking away his cut fastball. They felt that that was affecting his other pitches.
Well, they might as well have shot Huddy if they'd told him that.
Yeah, I had to look for another profession.
And in that trade with Toronto that we've talked so much about, Nicolino was one of the players that came back in that deal, and they had their choice of 3 pitchers in the Toronto system, all of whom I think were pitching at either A or AA ball. This one's bounced foul at first. Justin Nicolino, Aaron Sanchez, or Noah Syndergaard. Imagine Noah Syndergaard with Jose Fernandez back-to-back in rotation.
They had their choice.
They had their choice of any one of those 3, and at the time Nicolino's numbers were better than the other 2 pitchers. They really liked his upside, and time might prove them right. Good at bat by Markakis here in the Atlanta 7th.
That's kind of like when you've got that kind of choice, though, and those guys are still in the lower minors. It really is like dealing with Monty Hall. you know, door number 1, 2, or 3, and you just do your best to try to project how good those guys are going to be.
That can be tough sometimes with a young player.
Nick Markakis rewarded with an opposite field hit. What a beautiful at bat by Nick. And he's at first for Jeff Francoeur, who's the subject of our Lowe's home field advantage.
I think he likes coming back to Turner Field this year. What do you think? 11 of his 18 RBIs.
He walked and scored back in the 6th.
He's about to do something good here.
And a good cut at that. And that's fouled into the sweets up above. No balls at a strike.
I remember Jeff talking about Barraclough, though, down in Miami, and how tough he is. Throws hard, good slider. They kind of label him a closer in waiting.
That's off Real Muto's glove, and it almost hit Francoeur.
You know, you just did something that I usually do. I usually jackknife out of the way when I see that one go on.
I'll be honest with you, that scared me a little bit.
Yeah.
Out of his hand. I think Frenchie can second that.
Yeah.
Might have to have a little extra time in the laundry for the clubby with his uniform tonight.
1 ball, 1 strike. And that's too high. 2-1. Told you Madison Bumgarner's hitting tonight, right?
What'd he do?
Leadoff double in Oakland. He trails 1-0 in the 3rd. Keep saying it. I don't know what they play in that other league, because Rule 1.01 states it real clearly. Baseball is a game of 2 teams of 9 players each. So Bumgarner showing him you don't need no stinking DH. Two. And a swing and a miss. So Barraclough has his first strikeout, 2 outs. Tyler Flowers up. A 2-double, 1-run night for the Braves catcher.
Tyler's got another streak going. I think it's his last 22 hits. 11 of them are for extra bases. 6 doubles, 5 homers.
That's foul. 0-2. Barraclough from St. Mary's College in California. He made his major league debut August 7th here in Atlanta last year. So this is always a friendly mound, as that one is crushed towards center. Ozuna back as far as he can go. It's off the wall. A run is in. Flowers at second, and the Braves add to the lead. How in the world did Ozuna keep that ball from going over the fence? But it's a 3-double night for Tyler Flowers, and the Braves continue to wear out the Marlins bullpen.
That was a slider, too. It hit below the yellow line. Oh, the old hanger.
Yeah, he's lucky he got that one back.
So that's how he kept it in the park. It never got over the yellow line. Ozuna hit the wall and couldn't catch it. So the Braves have scored 7 unanswered runs. They have 13 hits tonight. Tyler Flowers with 3 doubles. And Eric Ibar, the batter, with an infield hit and an RBI of his own. Chen, Dunn, and Bearclaw for Miami. Voltanovich, Jenkins, Alvarez, and Withrow have pitched for the Braves. As we approach 11 o'clock Eastern time, Miami jumped out 3-0 after 2.5 innings. We had a 68-minute rain delay before the Braves batted in the 3rd. They scored twice in that inning, 4 in the 6th. 1 so far here in the 7th. Sharply hit to Dietrich. He's got it, and that will retire the side. The Braves get another big 2-out hit. This one from Tyler Flowers. His 16th RBI makes it a 7-3 game. So far tonight, we move to inning number 8, and Jim Johnson will stride in from the Atlanta bullpen. He'll be the 4th relief pitcher used by Brian Snitker. And as you see that ERA at 4.39, it is heading in the right direction, trending downward, because Jim Johnson's been pitching great baseball for the Braves since coming off the disabled list.
Well, he's got a long line of scoreless outings, doesn't he?
You have to go all the way back to June the 6th in San Diego for the last run that Jim has given up. 1 earned run in 12 games.
Yeah, 10 straight without any earned runs. He has really come back strong from the DL, an 0.69 ERA in those 12 games.
Emilio Bonifacio takes over for Atlanta in left field as JT Realmuto digs in. He's got 2 hits.
Yeah, he's been on quite a roll.
And Real Muto has a 3-hit game. So Jim's greeted rudely in the 8th. And here's Echeverria. He's 1 hit away from 500 for his major league career. We're going to be seeing a lot of JT Real Muto. He's a terrific player. See if Jim can get that turbo sinker working and get another double play. Echeverria with a bunt foul and a strike. Tomorrow night it's game 2 of the series. First pitch at 7:35. Braves live at 7 o'clock Eastern time. We believe Justin Nicolino will pitch for Miami. That has not yet been announced. Julio Teheran is scheduled for the Braves. Saturday, Jose Fernandez. The Braves have not announced their starter for the afternoon game. Nor have the Braves announced Sunday's starter for the Fort Bragg game. Ball's in the dirt, and Real Muto will move to second base.
Echeverria may have caught a break there.
So it's a wild pitch. Runner at second, nobody out. There was some thought that Terrell Jenkins might be in line to pick up a start during this muddled time with the Braves pitching staff. With 2 innings and a third tonight, I'm almost certain you can throw that idea out the window.
Yeah. Casey Kelly's here, though. He might be a candidate.
So as soon as we know, we'll let you know, as Johnson's ready with a 1-2. And Tyler smothered that. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Ichiro Suzuki is in the on-deck circle. Bear Claw's spot is next.
Just thinking about the game Sunday night at Fort Bragg and reading some notes on it tonight about how they just broke ground on that stadium in March. I mean, they really went to work.
Wow.
And laid some of the final sod and all that stuff in late May. Major League Baseball's had some site trips there to make sure everything was Major League type ready, and it was as of a week or 10 days ago. Really impressive.
2 balls, 2 strikes. And that's downstairs. Full count. Well, also a tip of the cap not only to the players for agreeing to play that game and wanting to play that game and doing it for the wonderful salute that it is, and thanks to the military and the families. There's some other unsung heroes that deserve a lot of praise too. This one's bounced off the plate. Johnson has to wait for gravity, and he made a good play to get Echeverria at first base.
That's a really tough play right there. It looked pretty easy.
Like a middle infielder. Got it by a lot. Play.
So a runner at third with 1 out for Ichiro Suzuki, 12 hits away from 3,000. And those are his rankings among active players, our Academy Sports and Outdoors leaderboard. How'd you try to get this guy out, Tim?
Man, you just hope that whoever's placing the defense behind you is putting him in the right spot. Because he's going to hit the ball. He's going to put the ball in play. And, you know, I seem to have had decent success against him in the past. But I hardly ever remember him swinging and missing. He always hit the ball to somebody. So luckily I had a good shortstop, good second baseman behind me, making the plays. And
every move Ichiro Suzuki makes is chronicled by a large contingent of Japanese media.
That it is.
A couple of weeks ago, the so-called controversy about the number of hits that Ichiro had compared to Pete Rose, that had nothing to do with Ichiro. He didn't say a word about it other than, look, Pete Rose is a great player and 3,000 hits is a big deal. And he's right on both counts. But can you imagine what it's going to be like in Japan when Ichiro gets to 3,000 hits? I mean, this man is idolized there in that baseball crazy nation.
He's a rock star. That's for sure.
Flowers can't find it, but no advance.
You mentioned earlier, talking about him, Tim, about how he's got power too. I remember being in Seattle, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years ago at Safeco Field and watching him take batting practice, and he hit every ball in the seats.
Yeah, and not cheap ones.
No,
I mean he can. When he was younger, he could really hit the ball out of the park, and I mean with some authority.
One of the game's great players for so many years in Seattle and some time with the Yankees. And there were many in baseball who were surprised that Ichiro Suzuki would end up playing for the Miami Marlins. Their ownership group flew all the way to Japan to recruit Suzuki and made a very impassioned and persuasive plea that, look, Miami's a great place to play. This is a committed organization. You will get a chance to play. You will get an opportunity to chase down those 3,000 hits. And Ichiro liked it so much that he's come back for a second helping this year with the Marlins. And he's playing better this year than at any time last. As this one's crushed towards center. d'Arnaud drifts back, and he will circle underneath and make the play. Ichiro Suzuki with a sacrifice fly and an RBI makes it a 7-4 game. And there's some of that power you're talking about.
I mean, he can still play. He's 42 years old, but he still can still play at a high level.
Chan looked it up for us, Tim. Suzuki's career numbers against you, a .217 average. Not bad. 15 for 69, 3 doubles and a homer.
Well, I had some good defense behind me.
5 strikeouts.
A strike to Dietrich.
Also faced him back when I was young and
dealing.
A lot better than I was last year and the year before last.
Great player with a great career. 1 ball, 1 strike. And Dietrich was late. Braves have had his number tonight. Dietrich has popped out, grounded out, struck out. He's been hit by a pitch. And this is a man that has been a very, very tough out against the Braves. Did he get hit again? He sure did. Unbelievable. 15 times Dietrich has been plunked.
Jim was asking Larry Vanover if he made any effort to get out of the way. He kind of left that elbow guard hanging down there, didn't he?
Dietrich now has been hit by a pitch 45 times. The franchise leader is Alex Gonzalez, who got hit 51 times. And this is the 4th time in his career he's been hit by multiple pitches in a game. So he's quickly becoming Don Baylor and Craig Biggio's favorite player. Those two men were hit by pitches a lot too.
I never thought that'd be anything to aspire to.
Yeah, I hear you.
2 balls, no strikes. Jim's trying to hit that low outside corner, and he's just missing. That one on the money. 3 balls and a strike. Yelich is on deck. This inning's gone far enough for the Braves. A run in, 2 outs. And a base hit by Prado. So Martin Prado is 1 for 4. And Yelich is going to stand in. Yelich represents the tying run. And Roger McDowell trots out to talk about it. Braves Live presented by Xfinity follows us from Turner Field tonight. It's been a long night at the Yard. The Braves are hopeful of making it worth our wait with a Game 1 victory. Atlanta trying for win number 27 overall and number 12 here at home.
It's like this guy, and perhaps Cervenka will begin to play catch. 2 ground ball base hits. The chopper off the plate that moved Real Muto to third base after he'd gotten to second on a wild pitch. Kind of a weird inning.
Yelich is struck out, grounded out, and walked twice. And is 2 for his last 22 against the Braves.
Depending on what John Coppola wants to do between now and the trading deadline, and how many guys he wants to entertain moving or what he can get back. There are a lot of guys on this ball club right now that are going to draw the attention of contending teams, and Jim Johnson's another one of them, the way he's been pitching.
Another month to go before the trading deadline expires. It's August 1st this year, not July 31st. Gives all the ball clubs a chance to work through the final weekend of July. July 31st ends on a Sunday. And I believe the transactions have to be done by the end of business on Monday at 5 o'clock, I think. I may be wrong about that. The deadline is August 1st. Two balls, 2 strikes. A 33 pitch inning for Johnson. And it ends with a strikeout. Miami pulls a run closer, but they have only 3 outs left. Atlanta 7, Marlins 4. Time for tonight's State Farm Instant Replay. Braves did great work against Mike Dunn in the 6th.
And one of the big blows was off the bat of Brandon Snyder again, pinch hitting. Plated 2 runs with a big triple.
His first big league triple.
So far on the year, a pinch hit double, a pinch hit triple, a pinch hit homer. He's doing good work.
Braves will see a new Marlins hurler. It's right-hander Brian Ellington, the pride of Gainesville, Florida. He's been a nice find, a 16th round pick. And in limited duty, look at that impressive resume.
Yeah, he can hit triple digits with his fastball. Has a slider.
Last year, Ellington pitched his most innings in a major league game against the Braves. 2 innings of 1 hit ball. First big league win came September 4th when he beat the Mets. He was 2-1 last season. He made the jump from Double-A to the big leagues. That's tipped and caught. Bonifacio now faces a 2-2 count.
He's got a live arm on him.
7 strikeouts, 1 walk in Ellington's last 5 appearances. Covers 7 1/3 innings. And out of play. We'll do it again. Two balls, 2 strikes. And Emilio will see an 8th pitch.
The old 89-mile-an-hour changeup.
Don't you wish?
Huh?
Don't you wish just one time?
I mean, good grief.
Underneath Martin Prado. Bonifacio is on his way to second base. That was a hard hit ball. We await the scoring.
It went right through his legs. It will be their first error by an infielder in how many games?
28. That's another thing the Braves have taken advantage of from Miami. The Marlins defense has not been very good at times. There was a game earlier this year where Miami committed 3 errors. Martin Prado had one that went off his glove.
Yeah.
It was a run scoring hit.
He had a couple. I think in 1 inning he had a couple.
And it always seems that every year, no matter your team, no matter how good you are on paper, no matter where you stand in the standings, there's one team that for whatever reason you just don't match up well with. It appears at this point the Braves are that team for the Marlins. If Atlanta wins this one, they'll go to 7-2 against Miami. Marlins could fall to 13-21 in the division, and for a race that's as close as it is in the East, that's the critical difference between Miami maybe being in first place or within a game or two to being 6 or maybe 7 out.
Those 2 errors that you referred to for Martin earlier this season here at Turner Field, those are the only 2 he'd made all year.
Really?
Until just now.
Runner at second, nobody out. 2 balls and a strike for Jace Peterson. And that's hit a ton toward left, but it's playable for Yelich. Bonifacio's going to tag. He's going to come to third, and the throw is going to be late. A productive out for Jace Peterson. He advances Bonifacio, who's 90 feet away with 1 out.
That's a guy who just came in the game and has fresh legs. Bonifacio, tagging up and taking advantage of this one, but Yelich was in a bad position to throw.
It's almost like he wasn't expecting him to tag up.
Right.
Bluff, and then he surprised him a bit. I was a little surprised.
d'Arnaud has an RBI hit tonight. He's also scored a run and stolen a base. That's out of play. That hit takes a little bit of the pressure off. It snapped an 0 for 15.
Maybe a 3-run lead late, you can take chances like that.
Infield in for the Marlins. Swing and a fly ball. That's well hit toward the gap in left center field. That ball is going to get down. That's going to bounce into the seats for a ground rule double. d'Arnaud's having himself a fantastic finish. That makes it 8-4 in the 8th as Bonifacio scores easily.
Jumped on the heater. And it might have been a triple, another triple tonight for the Braves had that not bounced out.
They won't pitch to Freddie Freeman, and the home crowd doesn't like that.
Well, it's no longer a save situation. I don't know if Vizcaíno is still playing catch or if it might be Cervinka or someone else. Aroda's still on the mound. Is that not one of the toughest things for a manager to take care of, Tim? When you get your closer up, get him so-called hot, and then not use him?
Yeah, well, you know, you're almost forced to use him unless you put up a crooked number that inning. Then you'd be more willing to sit him down than once if that 4-run lead goes to a 5-run lead and the inning gets extended a little bit. But yeah, I mean, it's obviously you want more runs, you want to win by as many runs as you can, but at the same time, when you get your closer up and ready to go, you like for him to get in the game. So getting up and getting hot in the bullpen, that can have an effect for the next game, even if you don't get in the game.
Swing and a miss by Adonis Garcia.
I remember, and we had Billy Wagner here tonight. I remember Billy talking about how it only took him X number of pitches to get loose. What do you remember, Chip? Was it like 6 or 8?
It was
because he knew to get 8 on the field.
It was, I think it was the same number.
Yeah. So as a result, he could get ready real fast if needed, and wait in a situation like this till he was sure that the team needed him to come in.
No balls, 2 strikes for Garcia. 2 on, 1 out. Braves have scored in each of their last 3 innings. A 4-run 6th, single runs in the 7th and 8th. The Braves now have 14 hits.
You mentioned where the Marlins are, where the Mets are. The Mets won tonight. But those 2 teams better be careful. The Nationals already had their little swoon in June. Lost 6 in a row or something. Let those 2 teams get within about 2 or 3 games. If they're not careful, it could go the other way real fast.
Adonis didn't get it. He's down on strikes. Now, Washington scored 13 runs tonight. Now, they're facing the Reds, who have had all kinds of pitching problems this year. The Nationals, without Steven Strasburg, got a terrific start from Giolito that was interrupted by a rain delay. He was very impressive. And for the Mets, they've got 4 more games with Washington right before the All-Star break. Those are getting to be almost critical games.
Huge games, yeah.
Yep. The way the Mets have struggled this year offensively. And for New York, it's understandable. They don't have their team together. They're really beat up.
Somebody let one go in the bullpen. That made it to the field.
Two on, 2 out for Nick Markakis. Another 2-hit game for the Braves right fielder. And that's a strike. The Royals won tonight. They beat the Cardinals 4-2. Kansas City won in 12 innings yesterday. That's a much needed win for the Royals. As this one's back to the mound, and that will take care of the Braves in the 8th inning. Atlanta cashes in a 3rd Martin Prado error at Turner Field this year. It's 8-4. Down to their final 3 outs. Don Mattingly pondering his options for Miami. There really haven't been that many of them because the Braves have really outplayed Miami, especially late in the ball game.
That bullpen ERA is just, I mean, it says it all. Braves bullpen has been so tough on the fish, and the reverse is true for Mattingly and his crew.
That's the reason of the records.
The Braves have scored 43 runs against Miami pitching this year. 20 of those 43 have come against their bullpen. Almost half. So let's hope Arodys Vizcaíno has a clean and efficient 1-2-3 inning. The Braves have pitched 2 of those in tonight's game. Mike Foltynewicz with a 1-2-3 first. Chris Withrow with a 1-2-3 seventh. Again, Mike started the game, went 3 innings, 3 runs. The Bohr homer accounted for those, and then he had to sit out the 68-minute rain delay, and that was too long for him to try to come back and pitch. So it's been a parade of Braves relievers since.
This is not a bad thing for Arodys because of the outing he had against Cleveland, where he couldn't get through the inning. He got knocked around, so a chance to kind of get back on track. And like you said, Chip, if it's a quick inning, get some confidence back too.
Ozuna, Stanton, and Bohr coming up, and the first one missed. Ball 1. That one at 99 miles an hour. Flowers held it there for a second. Looked like it did graze the bottom part of the strike zone. It had the plate, but was called low. Final game of June 2016 tonight, and the Braves are winning it 8-4. Oh, at 98, right on by. Braves trying to win their 12th game. They're 11-16 in June at the moment. And a weak swing and a miss by Ozuna at 98-mile-an-hour gas.
That was a little overmatched right there. Looked like, huh?
Everything was down too.
Yeah.
So here's power versus power. Stanton versus Vizcaíno. Stanton has walked twice. He's popped out to short, and he's grounded to short. So he has an 0-for-2 game.
I remember Smoltz saying one time that he had a nice lead late in the ball game, and he decided that he was going to throw a fastball as hard as he possibly could to Barry Bonds just to see if he could hit it.
What did he do?
It went so far. It went so far. I think it was right here.
Yeah.
And Vizcaíno might be thinking that same thing, but maybe another day.
Yeah.
Good night all around for the Braves, who've scored 8 runs tonight. The last time Atlanta scored as many as 8 was June 15th. That's when they beat the Reds in a 13-inning game. And that's the game that started the Braves' 6-game winning streak.
Yeah, it was an exciting win. It seemed like Reds got 2 in the top of the 11th or something, or 13th, and the Braves got 3.
That's right. High hopper, high bar in between. Hop was able to pick it up. Whew, that was slick. And even he's saying, don't know how I caught it, but he did. Yeah, 2 out.
Wasn't exactly routine.
No. Experience, good hands.
The Braves have 1 more out to get. And it's Justin Bohr. His 8th career homer against Atlanta accounted for the first 3 Miami runs. And that's outside, ball 1. That's headed for the seats out of play. 2 balls and a strike. That Marlin almost fell on his dorsal fin. Trying to catch that foul ball. 2 balls and a strike. Right off the mask of Tyler Flowers. That protective gear was spring loaded. That probably saved him a headache, because that one really popped him. One more strike. Nope. Full count.
Again, here's the challenge. Fire it down the middle and see if he can put it in play.
That's it.
He couldn't. Ball 4.
Six walks for Braves pitchers tonight. One of those was intentional. Check that. 7 walks and 1 intentional.
And a couple of hit batsmen too. So Real Muto is the hitter. He's got a 3-hit night tonight. He has 3 of Miami's 6 hits. 11 left on base for the Marlins. As Bohr will take second on indifference. Real Muto has 19 multi-hit games. He has 2 4-hit games. He's seeking another here against Vizcaíno. 1 ball, 1 strike. He's closing in on 200 career hits. And he checked to swing. 2 balls and a strike.
Well, there have been a lot of pitches thrown tonight, and it's been a very long game, even without the rain delay.
Meanwhile, for Miami, down to their last out, they're in jeopardy of losing their 3rd straight game, and they're giving up a ton of runs. With Atlanta's 8 tonight, they've allowed 25 runs in their last 3 games. And Vizcaíno, with 2 outs, has just issued back-to-back walks. Ibar is going to visit. Roger McDowell is wearing out a path between the home dugout and the mound. And the bullpen for the Braves will get to work.
Ordinarily, I would say, okay, this is one of those spots where closer is not in a safe situation. Maybe their edge isn't quite what you would expect it to be. But Vizcaíno's coming off a really bad outing against Cleveland. And like I said, this is a chance to come in and get back on track.
Yeah, lock it in.
But,
and it sounds so easy. It sounds so easy with a big lead. Throw it down the middle, but that goes against him. Everything you're taught to do. You don't want to throw the ball down the middle, no matter the score.
Yeah, I mean, you know, even though you have a nice 4-run lead, you still don't want to give up any runs. You want to go out there and try to be as efficient as you can. But you don't want to go out there and just give free passes either.
2 on, 2 out for Echeverria. Ball 1. And Flowers is really upset. He's really fighting for his pitcher. And he just got thrown out of the game with 2 outs in the 9th inning. That's been boiling all night.
Well, now 39-year-old A.J. Pierzynski is going to have to do a little stretching and get loose, something he didn't anticipate having to do 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, no kid.
Can't argue balls and strikes. That's cause for immediate ejection. Larry Vanover obliged Tyler Flowers. And we will have a delay as A.J. Pierzynski is going to have to strap on the gear and get ready and come in. Remember, the Braves have already used Brandon Snyder. He's the emergency catcher for Atlanta. So A.J. will get a chance to play catch a little bit and get loose. And to Joe's point, with so many pitches being thrown in this game tonight, there have been a lot of close calls that both teams have complained about. None, though, as obviously as Tyler Flowers.
Well, this goes back to the 3-run second inning when Fulton Nevich walked Stanton on 4 straight pitches that we clearly saw 2 of the 4 were strikes.
It could have been 2-2.
Yes.
For sure.
So it didn't just crop up.
Yeah.
So new catcher. Echeverria digs in with a 1-0 count. Miami has 2 on. There are 2 out as we approach the midnight hour here in Atlanta. That made the home crowd happy. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Well, no more base runners. Tying runs in the on-deck circle.
Now we're a strike away again. 2 balls, 2 strikes. I believe that's Cole Gillespie who's grabbed a bat. The 2-2 pitch for Echeverria is hit into the upper deck.
As soon as Vizcaino finishes him off, I'm sure if you were to talk to A.J. Pierzynski right away, he would be lobbying for a save of his own.
Yes. Two balls, 2 strikes. And a base hit the other way. Here comes Bohr around third. He's going to score. And Adeiny Echeverria with the Marlins down to their last strike has an opposite field double. That makes it an 8-5 game, and Miami will indeed bring the tying run to the plate. Brian Snitker will wait for Gillespie to be announced, and then he has a decision to make, and he's going to make a pitching change. So a 25 pitch inning for Vizcaino, who got the first 2 outs very quickly. back-to-back walks, and then an opposite field double for the 500th hit in Echeverria's career. And Arodys will depart in what's now an 8-5 game in the ninth. Tomorrow night over on Fox Sports South. Coverage starts at 7 Eastern with Braves Live. Braves Marlins baseball at 7 Eastern. Fox Sports South, home of the Braves, and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Well, if you haven't seen Mauricio Cabrera, you're in for a treat. You want to talk about a man that can light up the radar gun? Well, here's Exhibit A out of the Atlanta bullpen.
That was last night against the Indians. He's worked a total of an inning and 2/3. Giving up only 1 hit, no walks. He's also not struck out a batter, but he has put triple digits up several times on the radar gun, including a 103-mile-an-hour pitch against Cleveland.
And I believe Cabrera is second place all time on pitches clocked at 103 or faster. Believe it or not. More on that first, as Gillespie almost got drilled, and the ricochet right back to A.J. Przinsky on a hop. 1 ball, no strikes.
He might have hit the bull.
Yeah, he would have.
Aroldis Chapman, I think, has 75 pitches at 103 or faster.
Yeah.
Cabrera had 3 in his debut.
Wow.
1 ball, no strikes. Took a little off. That one at 102.
Tell you what, the old man behind the plate's got, he has, got to tip my hat to him. Przinsky coming off the bench and then having to catch these 2 guys. Coming in with some fireballers.
So again, the Braves are a strike away.
That's a good point, Tim, because sometimes you might have to grab your glove and run out to left field and play for somebody, but to jump right in the fray in the 9th inning as a catcher.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
And he has to lock it in against some guys that throw very firm.
Yeah.
With the game on the line.
Well, 3-run lead, tying run at the plate, but this is, needless to say, a big at bat, because if he reaches, you got the top of the order to start dealing with again.
Nope. Full count.
It's a pretty nice pitch.
Yeah, I hear Tyler Flowers from here.
The payoff. Fly ball left field. Bonifacio's there, and the Braves hang on and beat the Marlins. 8-5 is the final score. A long night at Turner Field, but boy, it was worth the wait. Freddie Freeman had an RBI triple. Brandon Snyder a pinch hit, 2 RBI triple as the Braves scored 4 times in the 6th. And the Braves pound out 14 hits as the Marlins leave 13 more on base. First big league save for Mauricio Cabrera, who topped out at 102 miles an hour tonight. Good start for the series for Atlanta. They beat the Marlins again. 8-5 your final. We're coming back to Turner Field in a moment.